Pookie, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. You got here pretty fast, man. You're like the first one in. So we're about to do this guy right here. Yeah, I got people complaining that they don't get notifications. But hopefully you're doing good today. All right, we're starting at a 234. Jerry, what's up, brother? How you doing? Pookie, I'm doing pretty good. I got into work, got my ass kicked pretty bad while I was there. Very tired, but the show must go on. And y'all, let me tell you, yesterday shaved about a day off the end of my life. All right. The wife's car, that thing had some issues with the exhaust. There's a gasket that can that fits in between the catalytic converter and the exhaust pipe, right? And so that was going out on me. So I go to the parts store and they give me the wrong one. I only found out when I took it apart and tried to put it in there and it didn't fit. So I went back, and mind you, my truck had a blown radiator, so I couldn't drive that. So I go back, I swap it out, and I get what looks like the right part. What's going on, Jacob? I'm doing good. Jerry, yes, we are doing Cardboard Slayer with the Knives Ranch Lumberjack. But I go back to the parts store, I get what looks like the right one. I take it home, it's still too small. I didn't know how, Jose Pero, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. But I didn't know that it was way small. I thought, okay, I can tighten everything up and it'll work, just a slightly different size. And I tightened everything down way too hard, thinking I wasn't in contact with that thing yet. And Maxilla, what's up? And so it doesn't work. It's even worse than when I started. So I go to take that back out and put the old one in so I can drive back to the parts store and get another one and get a bigger one. Well, apparently I tightened it down way too hard and stretched the threads out on one of the bolts, and it snapped on me. And the other bolt, it stripped out because I grabbed the Ugga Dugga gun trying to sink it in real fast to see if I could maybe use the threads on the other one just long enough to do something about it. So, if it would have worked right on either of the first two tries, I would have been fine. If I would have had the right part on the first two tries, I would have been fine. However, the third time was the charm, and now a $20 job has turned into like a $250 job, and I don't have the money for it right now. So I'm like, what the fuck do I do? And so there's a source of stress there, but I just wanted to regale you with the tale of the failure to fix the car yesterday. I had to have a Coffee Chris come over and fix the radiator on the truck real quick so I could get to work and open, because like I can't call out and say, hey, I can't make it, because there's no one there to call. It's like, I'm the one with the keys to the building. Nobody gets in if I don't show up. But outside of that, I'm doing okay. Been looking forward to doing a live stream and hanging out with you guys. Hey, y'all hit that like button for me if you haven't, guys. We're going to try to hit 100 today. But give it about 30 seconds. We're going to get going. I will tell you, after getting my ass kicked at work and it being that damn hot in the back room, it feels nice being in this basement where the air conditioning is way too strong. It feels so nice in here right now. All right, let's get going. Hey, beautiful. Anybody do anything interesting the last couple days here? I was like, y'all know the interesting thing I did. God, yesterday was brutal. Now, this knife is 440C and it's Pakistani 440C. So we're going to see how well this holds up. Oh, the cardboard just gets recycled. I just take it to work and recycle it. I kind of wish I had a use for this, but I don't. And watch, about the time I wind up slowing down on the live streams or something like that, or I don't make, I don't do this on the live streams anymore, I'll find a use for it and it'll all be gone. Come on, y'all gotta have been doing something interesting. Emilio, what's up? Is that Ajmat SK? What's up? How you doing? I might have pronounced that right. I might have not pronounced it right. I don't know. And I don't know whether or not we're going to break out the precision adjust. Kit Carson, what's up? How you doing? We are looking at Pakistani 440C. So I've been curious to see how this holds an edge compared to other 440C and other steels that I've done this to. And I know Pakistani stainless is terrible, or Pakistani Damascus is terrible, but what about Pakistani 440C? Killer Llamas, what's up? How you doing? Thank you, my brother. You know the drill. You can pick a figure out if you want one. Yeah, I was explaining to the guys my day yesterday. Basically, the wife's car had exhaust problems while I was trying to fix them. All right, Killer Llamas picked out the Frankenstein. I dropped it. Thank you, Killer Llamas. But yeah, the wife's car is having exhaust issues, so I go to the parts store, I get the part to fix it, it's the wrong part. Take everything apart, try to fit it, put it back together again, drive on the fucked up exhaust. Go back to get what I think is the right part. The part winds up being too small. The right part, wrong size. Take it all apart, try to fit it up, tighten all the bolts down as much as I can because I think I'm sealing everything up good. I over-tightened something and snapped a bolt off, trying to get everything taken back apart to put the fucked up part back in there so I can drive, because of course the truck's radiator was dead. So I ended up calling a buddy of mine with an emergency fix. Oh, Neilio, that's what you get. We can play the stock game, or you can pick a figure out when you super chat. There's like 6 more figures you can pick from. They currently have batteries in them. You've been here before, Neilio. You know that. LW in July, what's up? How you doing? All right, Jerry kicked the sock game off. Thank you for that, brother. Socks are going on. Boy, it's been a minute since anyone played the sock game. Ah, okay, there we are. We got socks. Jerry, thank you. Well, there you go, LW, I guess. Was it also July when you made those? Oh, man. I tell you, it's real quiet right now. Anybody else waiting on Borderlands 4 to drop? Just a guest. What's up? How you doing, man? Jerry, thank you for the check-in, man. 9 long months. Of course, for checking in, you may pick a figure out. The only one we don't have right now is the alien. I still cannot find the batteries to go on the alien. I need to order more, but right now, ordering more of anything probably ain't happening. All right, Jerry picked out the robot. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for the check-in, brother. Anonymous, yeah, full tang. How you doing, Anonymous? I'm doing good, Anonymous. You know, trying to recuperate from work. Ha, tang. Good looking out, Jerry. But just trying to recuperate from work, man. I was up at 2 a.m. and I killed myself getting things done. Making sure we were in good shape at work. Carol Griffiths, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Carol, I'm doing good. Punisher, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, Carol, I'm doing good. Doing a live stream and hanging out with you guys. You know how we do around here. But Punisher, what did you end up doing? I spent my day yesterday dealing with snapped bolts on an exhaust manifold because O'Reilly gave me the wrong part twice in a row. If I would have gotten the right part the first time, it would have been fixed. No fuss, no muss. But now I got a snap bolt in my exhaust manifold and I got a stripped out bolt. So a $20 problem turned into a $250 problem. Because now I got to replace the entire damn manifold. This is the Knives Ranch Lumberjack. And you might be able to see where they put the logo on there backwards. Catherine, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Fook, you in here? What's up, Fook? This is, I'm not sure how much it is. You'd have to look online. They sent me this thing in to take a look at for you guys a while back. And we did the first video of it. And right now we're checking out Pakistani 440C. And this one may just get the kin onion belt grinder treatment because I'm tired and I don't feel like fucking around with something this lengthy on the precision adjust. Yeah, the handle's real comfortable, man. I expect my hand is going to be in exemplary shape once we are done. Yeah, one day, Punisher. And as far as I know, they listed as 440C. That's what we're here to find out. I figure if the edge dies, why? What's up? How you doing? Welcome. If the edge craps out in like an hour and some change twice in a row, we're probably dealing with some crap 440. Now, we started with a 234 on the tester, so not the best numbers going into it, but still not the worst. I appreciate that, Y. We're doing some edge retention testing right now. So we're looking to see, I get that, Anonymous. We're looking to see how long the edge holds up to cutting up cardboard. So for this kind of live stream, I've been doing this kind of live stream for like a year and some change now. YouTube, it's been a couple of years. I had a channel years ago that went defunct. Koski06, what's up? We got the Knives Ranch Lumberjack here. Kelly, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, so I had a channel years ago that just got abandoned. Nothing was happening with it. So this isn't my first trip through YouTube. But the channel's been around a couple of years. Yeah, Koski, it seems to be pretty good. Like, I'm no expert with fixed blades, which is part of why we're doing this. Yeah, that was a 2. Aiden Miguel, what's up? How you doing, man? Y'all don't know, Aiden sent me some of the Outdoors 55 strops. So we owe him a hearty, heartfelt thanks. Haha! Good one, Fook. Chuck Norris didn't like and subscribe, and now he's selling gym equipment and conservative Christian values. Yeah, like I can tell I'm not used to wearing a fixed blade. I was going to have it on me for Blade Show, and I wore it around the house, and I sat down in a couple of places, and it just did not feel right. Parabellum X, what's going on? I've only gone through 3 or 4 cardboard boxes so far, but we just started like 20 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago. Ah, poo. Oh God. Y'all might not well, y'all haven't seen it, but there was a guy at Blade Show for a couple of years who had a 6-foot long kukri. 6-foot long kukri. And believe me, I got a picture holding that bitch. KO, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I've been up since 2 a.m. my time, so I'm kind of already starting on the back foot. Anyone get stuck on any interesting music over the last weekend? All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a few. Trust me, if I can get the channel built up big enough where I can do something significant with it, and I do a charity stream, I'm going to be starting early and going as many hours as I possibly can. Like, that'll be taking some time off of work, getting set up for it, and doing it right. Yeah, I download all of my favorites to an SD card. So when I find something new, it goes straight on the SD card and I can move it around if I need to. Like, for some reason, and I don't know why, my brain got stuck on Blinding Lights by the Weekend. So I got the, like, oh shit, Collective Soul, nice. Fucking nice, dude. But yeah, I downloaded the instrumental version. The vocals don't really do it for me. They exist, but they don't really do it for me. So I downloaded the instrumental instead, which the instrumental I'm fucking hung up on. Oh, I've seen the Nanner. Like, that looked kind of interesting, but it also looked like something that I wouldn't really enjoy actually carrying and using all that much. Acer Pro 43, what's up? How you doing? Acer Pro, I have thought about making my own knife, and I have made my own knife a few times, although they weren't great. I made them. There's one that I made many years ago, and I didn't know how to heat treat, so I fucked up pretty bad on it. Which sucks, because it's not safe to use anymore. Like, it wasn't safe to use as soon as I got done heat treating it. Thank God. Thank God I didn't take it out in the woods and fuck around with it, because this blade would have definitely snapped. Yeah, the scales are especially cool. I'm real proud of these scales. I managed to cut the skin off a bowling ball and flatten it out. And I'm not sure where I threw my little kiradashi. Oh. Precious Metal, what's up? How you doing? And of course, I'm real proud of this one. This is the first piece of Damascus steel that I made, and I turned it into a kiradashi. It looks like a Pakistani special, Aiden. Not gonna lie. Anonymous, it took so much time to figure out how to do the bowling ball skin. It took so much time to figure out how to do that, and I can't replicate it. I've tried to replicate it a few times, and I just can't. Oh, yeah, you got to see that thing, didn't you, Jerry? Yeah, as soon as all the little lightning bolt cracks in it started oxidizing and showing up, I was like, yeah, this is a showpiece. The best thing I did on that was the scales. Yeah, that came from Blade HQ. Flaming Brain, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong, but now I'm going to be self-conscious about it for about 40 minutes here. Thank you for that. Watch, my voice is going to sound different too. I'm not trying to make it sound different, but now it's going to sound different. Hi diddly ho, motherfucker. Got him. Strawberry banana cheesecake is what we're doing today. We got the Knives Ranch Lumberjack here today. Yeah, well, Anonymous, it's a pretty new flavor. Like, I just started mixing this like a week and a half ago, something like that. So I'm still stuck on it. It's still good. I haven't had time to get tired of it yet. I had to sit there and think for a second to not scratch my nose with the hand holding the knife. That's where I'm at right now, you guys. Wow, where can you do that at 16? Like out here, you got to be 21. Which I personally find a little insane. Hello, too. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, they're going to be put out of business soon enough. Yeah, for some reason I didn't really start smoking until I was 18. Like, I was 17 and a buddy of mine gave me a cigarette and I kind of chain smoked for a while. But when I turned 18, I bought myself a pack of cigarettes and some lottery tickets. Like that was my birthday. Yeah, cigarettes were an acquired taste. However, the first one that I genuinely like inhaled and did all the things you're supposed to do with them, I caught a wicked righteous buzz. Engineer from TF2, what's up? How you doing? But I caught a wicked righteous buzz, and from then on, it's like, all right, this is what I got to be like 24 hours a day now. And I think the only friends I had that didn't smoke had asthma. LL2, I'm not 100% sure how long it'll last. I don't remember when the last time we did 440C was or how long it held up. I know we haven't done a ton of 440C. Engineer, I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. We're having a great time. Andrea, Denise, Masa, Coelho, what's up? How you doing? Arthur, what's up? Yep, it's 9CR18. We should get about 3 hours. Flaming Brian, yes, I have cardboard. I have mini cardboard. I do not no habla español. I only know how to speak English. All of the cardboard is provided by the cardboard gods. The cardboard gods provide me all the cardboard you can eat. Romalo channel, what's up? How you doing? It is fairly sharp, not super sharp. All the good boys deserve their shoe pudding, so do the good girls. They all deserve their shoe pudding. Would you like your shoes filled with pudding? Like somebody came in, haha, 1, 2, 3, what's up, how you doing? The last knife I did was, last knife I did was a Devo Growler, which, I'll be honest, this thing is damn near perfect. I'll let you guess what country, Andrea. Oh, you're in third place for the amount of chat you're doing. Like whoever does the most chat gets first place, the second most is second place, and the third most is third place. It's just how fast you're chatting. Like, well, like if you spam chats, you'll get put in timeout or kicked. The rifle folding knife, I don't know what that is. I don't know what a rifle folding knife is. Unless you're talking about those piece of shit gas station knives that are shaped like a rifle. Once the homeless orphans have eaten all the cardboard they can handle, they get to eat packing peanuts for dessert. Like, I kind of live in fear of the day someone that I run into is carrying one of those knives shaped like a rifle that's like super, super shitty. And they show it to me, and they're like, "This thing is awesome, isn't it?" And I was like, yeah, sure. But there are cornstarch-based packing peanuts that you could eat. But you know, someone shows you their gas station knife that's shaped like a rifle. They're like, "This thing's cool, ain't it?" Does it take care of you? Like that's the polite question, the polite response. Does it do everything you need it to, man? Hell yeah, party on. Yeah, imagine running into me on Temu Knife Day, which I have had that happen. Not somebody that watches the channel, but somebody that's into knives, and I ask them a question about theirs. And then they're like, "What are you carrying?" And I gotta like do the walk of shame, be like, "Well, this week I'm carrying Temu knives for videos." Well, Andrea, like I said, I'll let you guess where I'm from. Why do people keep changing their name? Like, I don't understand that. Like, I'm not being rude. I don't understand that one. Because it's like, I'm going to read the name that I can see on screen because that's what I'm going to remember. Brando, it is Knives Ranch. Figured you're probably going to be pumped. Hey, remember, Aiden, Minnesota doesn't exist. Brando, I can't. Brando, you know the deal with fixed blades. I can't carry them every day. Like, I can't. But they wanted me to look at a fixed blade for you, so we're at least going to do Cardboard Slayer with it. No, Minnesota is actually somewhere in Texas, and it's part of the Witness Protection Program. Which is why you don't really ever run into anybody from Minnesota or buy a lot of stuff made in Minnesota. Like, it doesn't happen. I got to be careful. I picked up a nice little paper cut at work today off of some cardboard. That forbidden moonshine's going to hurt if I catch that. No, Prince was from Texas. Like I said, Minnesota is actually just a little spot in Texas that they use for witness protection. Go ahead and prove me wrong. Philip Margrave, what's up? How you doing? I'll do it for $5. How's that sound, Philip? Yeah, so saying Prince was from Minnesota. Well, okay, Anonymous, but think about this. What if you are with someone that needs one and is in not great condition to go in there and get one themselves? Because I gotta tell you, I'm not entirely against it. If my kid needed one or something like that and I was able to just run in and grab one real quick while they were sitting in the car, I'd be fine with that. ZOR, what's up? I am up over 300 knives. Well, Drews, when you're doing a YouTube channel like this and you got to have a new knife to carry every week, they pile up fast. Valkyrie BBX, what's up? How you doing? We're doing edge retention testing is what we're doing. We're looking to see how long the edge of this knife can hold up to cutting the cardboard up. Mark's Adventures, what's up? How you doing? Look, there may be a reason for those being in there that we don't really know or understand. All right, if someone's going through an FTM transition, well, welcome to the stream, Valkyrie. But if someone's going through an FTM transition and needs them for some reason, I am not against them having access. Yeah. LL2, I can guarantee you a plastic knife would last about one cut, if that, and it will be dead. What we need to test is a ceramic knife. Oh, we got a pretty deep hollow grind. The Knot Punisher, I don't remember those things, but I've only bought ammo at Walmart a couple of times. Once when I bought my shotgun, and once when they had 45 for my 1911. It's 440C, Brando. I know we've done 440C once. I forget how it did, but the gospel according to KO Knives is that 440C is basically 9CR18. So if we're running If we're running 9CR18, we should see about a 3-hour performance on a factory edge. Should. Now, given how long the blade is and how far the work is spread out along the length of the blade, because we got tape gunk from here back to here, like in between those two black marks is where the work is mostly spread out. We may get some extra time out of it just having the workload spread across it'll fit the precision adjust, but I don't have the energy to deal with something that long in the precision adjust today. Just getting the Canonian belt grinder. Holy cat, what's up? How you doing? Holy cat, doing the usual, man. Live stream, hanging out with you guys. All that is good. Yeah, we're doing a fixed blade this week. It looks like we're starting to see it. I'm going to keep playing with this and see how it does. You know I have the emotional support drink, sir. I have put diamond emulsion on the strops, Aiden. Illumined, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, man, we got a fixed blade this week. I'm sure I gotta load them up some more. All right, so well, Knives Ranch sent me this one to check out for you guys. So we're gonna take a look at it for you guys. All right, Forbidden Moonshine time. Oh yeah, we got drive-through liquor stores in Georgia, man. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, we got a 448, so you weren't too far. Oh, yeah, Lumen, it's 440C. Jeff Fincher, what's going on? How you doing? I'm sorely tempted to strop this thing, but I don't think so. Oh no, that's Sharpie. So I cut paper until we hit the first major snag, and then oh nice, Jeff. But no, so that's where the first snag on paper hit, so that was the first place we tested. So we'll give it about 3 more minutes here and we'll get fired back up. Yeah, I've heard high points are real popular. Anonymous, it's still early in the day. Give it a little while. It's still early in the day. Give it a little bit. Oh, man. No, holy cat, I have not seen the toilet guy, but I'm also not looking for the toilet guy. Shiloh, what's up? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. How much cutting edge do we have? About 5 inches of edge. Yeah, there's a toilet guy. He wears a toilet around his neck and a ton of fake crap and just spouts gibberish, absolute gibberish. And he'll have like 300 people watching, and his comment stream goes by so damn fast. Let's see. Yes, he got this guy right here, just spouting absolute gibberish. I mean, it's nuts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy is my sleep paralysis demon. Around the cabin, what's going on? How you doing, man? I think we're looking at self-degradation on that. Yeah, I need to put this off to the side. Yeah, this thing is struggling. Yeah, we're sharpening. All right. Cool. Cosmic Killer, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, the handle feels really good. This belt may not be long for this earth. Oh shit, Jerry, nice. Damn, around the cabin, that is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. Grayson Hailing, what's up? How you doing? They are correct. Knives Ranch Lumberjack. So yeah, I love how sharp this thing will get it before stropping. And I thought these strops would be double-sided, but they're not. Yeah, I know I've got one shirt that I bought in 1998. I know I bought that one in 98. We are on the Knives Ranch Lumberjack. They're definitely a step up from these little tiny strops. Willie Nine Millie, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, they are a lot nicer. Willie, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. We're having a great time, like always. The 154 CM did good. It was a 4-hour session. It cut up quite a bit of cardboard. It did about what we expect from 154 CM. LL2, you're looking at it. You didn't miss anything. Sorry, that's just satisfying. It's a noticeable step up. It's not a gigantic step up from 14C, but it is a step up. All right, Jerry, we'll see you a little bit later, man. We got 440C stainless around the cabin. Now, it's Pakistani 440C, but it's 440C. It's not the nicest edge I've ever gotten, but it's pretty decent. Yeah, it's still going to be around 200. I don't know about so the 154 CM, it was easy to sharpen. It sharpened up real nice. It sharpened up real nice, and we got no resistance on that cut. Drawing for Life, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Okay, a 159. That's not too shabby. I'll take it. I would probably go S35 VN. No, you're good, Willie. You're good. If it was me, I would probably pick S35 VN over the 154 CM just because I've seen the amount of shit you can put S35 VN through and it'll be fine. Oh, got you around the cabin. Nice. Yeah, you get that fishing camp moved. You get that fishing camp moved. So yeah, I will take a 156 edge off of that. Yeah, she definitely shaving. Don't know if y'all can see that right there. Yeah, you can. She definitely shaving. Yeah, we'll give it about 5 minutes and we're going to get going back on. Sean Steppelfeld. Normally I'll use diamond plate stones and a fixed angle sharpener. But this week, on this knife, because it's so long and I didn't feel like fighting with it, I actually took out a small belt grinder and sharpened this one. But normally I'm sharpening manually on a fixed angle system. Speaking of which, you know what else we can do? A little bit later on tonight. We can get the, where is it? Oh, it's back here. A little bit later, we can get the sharp all out and play with that. Yeah, Sean, like I'm still learning how to freehand sharpen and get good at it on stones. Like I've got a sharp all right here, 325, 1200. I'm still learning how to get good on these. All right, no worries, Spook. We'll see you in a little bit. But yes, I saw the video from or the post from Outdoors 55 on that, actually. I saw that post. However, that sharp awl that I have was a gift. So it's definitely staying in the collection. I got two more of those I got to mail out, but I don't yet know how I'm going to pay for the shipping, but I will. I like the sharp awl, Sean. That being said, I haven't gotten good with it yet. Like what I had before that was this four-sided block that I got from Harbor Freight years ago for like $7, which it'll sharpen stuff. As long as you strop thoroughly afterwards, it'll sharpen stuff and get you cutting again. But I've only used the sharp awl like twice now and I haven't gotten good with it. So that's my next order of business is I've got to get good at freehand sharpening with the sharp awl. Yeah, I sharpen with a V edge, except for when I want a convex edge, I'll sharpen in between the wheels on this with the slack part of the belt. Like this has got a convex bevel on it. This has got a convex bevel on it from this. I'll put the belt on here and then I'm going in between the wheels and sharpening like that. So normally I'll sharpen with a V edge. That's satisfying. But give it about 1 minute. Oh yeah, no, this is the sharpening system we use the most. The Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional. That's what we use more often than not. You mean someone finally sued Harbor Freight? All right. Ah, much better. Yeah, we got a pretty decent number on the electronic edge tester. So I'm not terribly surprised that it's cutting good. Evil Twin, you in here? How's it going, man? I don't know. If you think it's satisfying to watch, you should try doing this in real life. Just sitting down and doing this for a few hours. Eventually, you'll probably get tired of it if you don't have someone to talk to while you're doing it. Oh, evil twin. Cars ruined my fucking life yesterday. So, you guys remember last week, the radiator on truck Norris was fucked up and pissing out all of its liquids. Well, while that was happening, the exhaust system on the wife's car was all fucked up and making it run like shit. So, I deduced that there's a gasket, a donut gasket made out of graphite that connects the catalytic converter to the exhaust pipe, right? So I drop by O'Reilly and I pick up a gasket that they said would fit, but it was the wrong part. All right, I get this thing apart, I put that thing in there, obviously the wrong part. So I take it back and I get the part that looks like the one I'm supposed to have. Well, the one they gave me was a bit too small. So I figure it's a little smaller, but it'll still work. I can just squish it down real good. So I tightened the bolts down and gave her what for. I think I tightened one of them down too far because when I was trying to back the thing out, it got stuck and frozen. And like I was lifting myself off the ground and moving the car trying to break that thing loose. And the bolt snapped. The bolt snapped in the manifold. The other bolt, I was trying to run that in and see if I could use the remaining little bit of thread to hold it together long enough to get down to O'Reilly again, because the car would not run on the smaller gasket, and that one stripped out. So because I couldn't deal with that right away and I wasn't sure what to do, I called a friend of mine to come up, and it cost me $250 or $350, sorry, $350 to get the new radiator into the truck between parts and his labor. And now I got to buy a new exhaust manifold with a catalytic converter on it for $100 to $150 and pay another $100 to get it installed. We didn't have the $350 to begin with. We certainly don't have the $250 now. So, just kidding. 4-month check-in, man. What's up? You want to pick a figure out? But I will say the mood stabilizers are doing their job, because I did not throw something through the wall in the garage. I did not break anything. However, I yelled fuck at the top of my lungs more than once when that bolt snapped. Ninja it is. Just kidding. Picked out the Ninja. Thank you for the check-in. Channel member for 4 months. But yeah, at least I got one running vehicle right now, and I was able to make it to work today. Because that's part of why it was such a damn emergency, was I had to be at work at 4 a.m. to unlock the door. You know, if I wasn't going to make it, there's no one to really call and say, hey, I can't get in there, someone needs to unlock the door. Just kidding. We are on the Knives Ranch Lumberjack. We have had a little bit of shitting on the new knives, but not a ton yet. You could call it a clip point, kind of a hybrid clip point, drop point. Yeah, so I haven't seen the Leatherman knives yet, and I haven't seen their pricing on them yet, so I don't know enough to offer an opinion. Yeah, unless you're packing some serious fucking specs, 300 bucks is too much. Alexander Katzel, what's up? How you doing? Yes, I did sharpen it myself. While I will hand it to him, MagnaCut is a good steel choice. You can get MagnaCut for about 100 bucks now. Like, all right, Flaming Brain, see you later. You can get MagnaCut for around 100 bucks. Like, 300's way too hefty. That is way too burly of a price tag. Alicia Parr, what's up? How you doing? So normally I use the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional. However, I did not feel like dealing with a blade that long. So, and you're probably not stropping when you get done with the Work Sharp, if I had to guess. But this time I used the Work Sharp Kin Onion belt grinder because I didn't really want to sit there and fight with trying to sharpen it for an hour and a half. 60 to 64 is a huge gap. Big Brain Animations, what's up? How you doing? Alexander, I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, like I like to answer the questions where I know what the hell I'm talking about. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'll tell you I don't know. Jaspreet, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Also, thank you for the sub. Big Brain Animation. This is the Knives Ranch This is the Knives Ranch Lumberjack. And yeah, the word knives is facing forward and the word ranch is facing backwards. It's weird. Let me go look at something real quick. Can we all hear that? Yeah, I don't know a ton about firearms, but I do know Kimber is notorious for jamming. This stream is 2 hours long so far. We've been doing this stream for 2 hours so far. Just kidding. You making a video? The new schedule's going all right. Like, I'm used to it now. Like, today I've been up since 2 a.m. and I'm nowhere near as wiped out as I have been over the last couple of weeks. You know, that being said, the workload has definitely increased. Like, Topo, what's up? How you doing? We have got the Knives Ranch Lumberjack right here. But you know, the workload has increased, not just because I switched over to mornings, but it's increased because more is being asked out of us just over the last couple of weeks here. So, you're welcome, Topa. No worries. The stuff that we need to do, the amount of stuff we need to do has gone up over the last couple of weeks here. And because I'm trying to improve the conditions of my back room and improve the conditions of my store, I'm happy to do it. It's just a lot of extra effort. Me with Knives, what's up? How you doing, man? No Mr. Beast yet. Maybe one day if we try hard and believe in ourselves. Good old Jimmy Donaldson will swing by and pay us a visit. You know, I'm kind of liking having the background music. No, so I looked up live stream safe music on my laptop, and I just fired it up over there across the room. So I don't think if you're on your phone, you can do a whole lot with OBS on your stream. Yeah, I know, like, it's chill as hell right now, man. I am fucking chilling out with this. Just kidding, I am streaming from my phone, if that helps you any. What, man, after growing up with fucking dial phones and pagers, man, it's like a hell of a fucking time to be alive. This kind of reminds me of the background music for the local weather being played on that one cable channel. Yeah, just kidding. You know exactly what I'm talking about, man. Like, you know, the future's definitely not what we predicted it was going to be. that far back, but there's a hell of a lot going on in the future no one could have successfully guessed. No. So there was a channel on cable where all it showed was the local weather, and that was it. Your local weather and your forecast. It wasn't the Weather Channel. And it would have soft background music kind of like this. Willie, I think we got a couple of squeakers in here right now, but you're on the young side for this crowd. Thomas Lloyd, what's up? Joseph, what's up? How y'all doing? Yeah, Thomas, I decided to go to the laptop across the room. Triangle Guard, what's up? I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you for that. I just looked up YouTube safe or live stream safe music for the stream. And figured I'd give that a shot. It's playing on my laptop across the room. I wonder. Let me see something, you guys. Yeah, it's wild that the sound is coming through that clearly. Believe it or not, that's like a pair of Temu speakers that were like $7 on my laptop. That's crazy. We've got the Knives Ranch Lumberjack right here. D2. If you're going for a budget knife, and for me, budget is $50 and under, D2 is the way to go. As long as you get a good heat treatment, D2, also D2. We got a satin finish on her. Yeah, just a satin finish on it. I'm told D2 likes a lower grit edge. However, I prefer putting very, very highly polished edges on my knife. And depending on what you're doing, say if you're cutting a lot of cordage or something like that, you don't want a super fine edge. If you're just cutting paper and cardboard and all that up, you do want that polished edge. So do with that what you will. 440C is like, according to KO Knives, 440C is just 9CR18 under a different name. If you can keep the price down to around 30 or 40 bucks, yeah, 440C is okay. That being said, for that same 30, 40 bucks, you can get D2. Now, the knife that I have in the works with Gin Knives, if that ever releases, that's going to be 9CR18 because it holds an edge more than well enough for it holds an edge plenty good enough. Triangle guard, no, but I do have a Buck 110 that was made in 1980. But 9CR18 is way easier to sharpen than D2. D2 can be a nightmare to sharpen. So if you're just cutting paper with it, that 600 grit, you'll see the difference between 600 grit and 2000 grit when you're cutting paper up. You know, and like I said, it's just me being particular about liking one specific thing on my edge and just doing that. You know, you can obviously run a lower grit if you want to and not have any issues with it. However, I just happen to like my 3000 grit edge dropped down to 0.1 microns. Oh no, me with knives. D2 can take a great edge. We gotten those edges down to like below 120 on our D2, man. We got D2 down to below 100. Come on now, D2 takes a great edge. What is going on here? Woo Hans, what's up? How you doing? We've got the Knives Ranch Lumberjack here. I want to check some. Triangle Guard, I appreciate that very much. You have no idea. Yeah, I'm really digging the music, man. I just picked one at random. So we got a 302 on that. It shouldn't be hanging up on the cardboard the way it is. Let's get some fresh cardboard. Me with knives. Yes, it is a hollow grind. They rock the blade off that little base. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Joseph. 154 cm and D2 will probably hang with each other pretty well on paper. Like 154 cm's performance was real similar to D2. So you probably wouldn't see a big issue there. Just D2 you can get at a better price than 154 cm. If I was picking between the two and price wasn't the object, I'd probably go for 154 cm before D2. But if price is the object, I'm going for D2. It's not the satin finish. Hollow grinds do tend to act like a bit of a wedge in cardboard, so they'll be harder to push through. That being said, the edge also just may not be holding on the way we like it to. And I may not have gotten this part of the edge as sharp as this part of the edge on a little belt grinder. Why? Well, why not? I figured someone was going to ask about the sticker eventually. It was coming sooner or later. All right, just kidding, man. Have a good one. Be safe. Oh, you saw a toilet, dude? Hang on, hang on. I got a couple guys doing wood turning on a lathe. I don't have toilet guy. I don't got toilet guy. Aww. So I'm trying to think. It's like, I know one that I like a lot is the O-Knife Sentry L1, but I think the Sentry L1 is discontinued, but the regular Sentry might still be for sale. I'm not 100%. A lot of my pocket cleavers have flipper tabs on them, which I prefer. You know, like the O-Knife Gar. And they also centrifugal open, so I'm not that worried about it. The Bull Mastiff does not have a thumb hole. The Artisan Cutlery Proponent has definitely got thumb studs. The sheepdog doesn't have a thumb hole. It's got a flipper tab. This one, the detent is super stiff on, so it's kind of hard to use a thumb stud with any confidence, but it does work. But yeah, that's the Sheepdog XL. And you don't have a thumb hole, but what you can do is you can get your finger in the fuller here and just flick off of that. The Fracture kind of has a thumb hole, but it's way up here at the tip and hard to use unless you get like your ring finger in there and flick off of that. Contra, what's up? How you doing, man? We are doing the Knives Ranch Lumberjack, and we're just kind of dicking around today. Cleavers are just fun, Evil Twin. They're just fun. Yeah, I didn't know I wanted a pocket cleaver until I bought my first one. I'm just like, oh, this is my life now. Oh, brother, it is so hot and miserable outside. Jesus Christ, man. Like, you go outside for 10 seconds and you already got swamp ass. No, you roll up to Christmas and someone needs a knife open or a present open and you bust out that. You bust that out when someone needs something opened. All right, Anonymous, we'll see you in a little while, man. What's up, KO? I do not have any kunai. Red Velvet, what's up? No guitar. So triangle guard, most of what I have is folding pocket knives. I've got a couple of kukris. There's a katana that's put away and some machetes, but most of what I got is folding knives. KO, that was not a bad one. Oh, Red Velvet, we've been here every week. Waldo Small, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. They can ban all the juice they want here, and I can keep going for a couple of more years, man. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're testing out how long this edge will last. This is a lot more laid back than normal. Triangle guard, no, the cardboard gets recycled. The bevel could be a little janky. I'm not sure, and I may not have gotten the perfect sharpening job done on it. But, I mean, it's still cutting. And I mean, let's be honest, this is a pretty thick piece of steel to be doing this with. Oh, you know, I didn't know whether or not I could cut up cardboard with a knife, so one day I just sat down and I did it. Don't know how I did it, but I did it. So we sharpened this bad boy with a small belt grinder this time. Normally I use the fixed angle system, but I just did not feel like it today. Now I'm probably going to freehand this next time I got to sharpen it and see what I can do with the stones that I got. Gamer Phil, what's up? How you doing? Work has been work. Oh, Waldo, my favorite knife is kind of tied between this guy right here, the Devo Growler, and my Cold Steel Mayhem. These are both my favorite knife. Gamer Phil, no, I gotta be awake at 2 a.m. on Saturday. All right, Triangle Guard, we'll see you later. Right, Contra, they're damn near indistinguishable from each other. Now, Waldo, I don't know how many people are subscribed right now. You 5,000 and something. am I back up to 7.4? Yeah, me with knives, you just gotta find something ridiculous to do. Toes Trucking, what's up? How you doing, man? Hey, man, you're right, man. Just do a live stream with no socks on. Well, no, the knives part is my hobby. You know, this right here is part of the review process for a knife. Part of the review is actually doing something with the knife. So in this case, we do edge retention testing. No, like I've had to start treating this like a part-time job. You know, I'm hoping at some point, you know, we start earning enough doing this that we can start helping pay some bills around the house. We're not there yet, but you know, maybe one day. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys a sheath. Comes with a leather sheath. It's not a bad one either. Adia Pancholi, what's up? Knives Ranch sent this one to me to review. I didn't pay out of pocket for it. $19.77. What is up? How you doing, brother? Oh, my shafts are covered in fucking Swarovski. Whoa, hang on, guys. Yeah, it's like 4:35 in the afternoon here, and I've been awake since 2 a.m. Yeah, I figured I owed you guys a fixed blade. Yeah, Toes, I had to go to work, man. I got up at 2, put in a full 8 hours, came home, pretty much immediately started the live stream. Yeah, the handle's comfortable, man. Like, the handle is quite comfortable. They did a real good job with that. Hang on a sec. Sorry guys, I'm hearing a lot of thunder, but the weather forecast is clear. So I had to go see what was up. No, knock on crapping. Everyday Carrie, what's up? How you doing? Toes, it is not off-brand. Not too much everyday Carrie. Everything's good here. We're just doing a way more laid-back stream than usual today. I have not tried them Punisher, but I've also never, I don't think I've ever experienced Old Bay on anything. You should see the goddamn blueberry pie Oreos. Holy fuck. See you later, Toes. Back in my day, a quarter cost a nickel, and that's how we liked it. Well, I damn near took a bite out of myself on that one. Evil twin, why didn't you buy a house with that 20 bucks? what's up? How you doing? Banana, I am doing great. Back in my day, everybody shoved food up their butt and pooped out of their mouth. We mostly ate hot dogs. And the occasional carrot. Yeah, my ex-wife, her father-in-law, a guy named Lloyd, he had a sharpening business. He'd sharpen scissors, knives, whatever you had. And he traveled like cosmetology shows, kind of like Blade Show, but for cosmetologists. And he'd make a little chunk of change sharpening everybody's scissors up. Yeah, she's definitely starting to let go. Yeah, it's not looking too sharp. Thanks for the kind words, Sean. No, it's starting to let go, so we're probably going to work on freehand sharpening it sometime soon. Brando, we sharpened it over an hour ago. Sean, I work in retail, man. I get to take home all the boxes I can eat. we're at the end of another hour. All right, forbidden moonshine time, folks. Yeah, so anyways. Yeah, I can see it picking up a ton of hairline scratches while we do this. You know, you could get a Roomba and 3D print a shell for it that looks like the Killdozer. You know that, right? I'm just saying, it's something that you could, in theory, do. Oh. Oh. God, the armored looking VWs. The VW thing. I want a VW thing so bad. Hey dolls, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Now we pulled a where I've got this thing marked right here, we pulled a 576 on that mark. Uh-oh. Yeah, my uncle had a VW thing when he passed away, and unfortunately I was unable to acquire it after he passed away. My cousin sold it, which she had every right to do, but I would have loved to have gotten my hands on it. This coil's toast. Give me about 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Maybe 10. Sorry, guys, I wasn't gone crapping. Oh, we got Gen Z in here. Don't worry about that. But no, I had to grab the disposable. The coil that I had in my other one smoked. The coil just went down and scorched out. So had to get a new one. Well, I think one thing that does get missed here a lot and doesn't get talked about is like the Gen X guys. Like we Gen X guys aren't necessarily so worried about, oh, we're Gen X. You know, it's not like millennials and whoever else is after them now. You know, it's like that's a big deal to them. I'm a millennial. That's apparently a big deal of some sort. Gen Z guys don't give a shit. Yeah, well, it's not that. It's when a coil's burned, you know it's burned. You're just inhaling burned cotton. Let's see, how's that do? Yeah, I'm a little picky about mine. Like it's got to be right, which is why part of why I make my own juice. The juice has got to the juice has got to taste right. It's got to be just right for me. Demetrius Antoine, you back? It's been a hot minute. Well, I appreciate that, $8. We're going to start the testing back up again in about 4 minutes here. Man, I am moving slow today, guys. Well, like normally with the juice I mix, I can get about a month out of a coil before it's finally done. But I let the wife use the tank for a little while, and she pulls on a... Like, that's a big-ass 145 watt, Yeah, we're on 440C. But, like, she pulls on that big 145 watt-ass tank like it's a little disposable. Like, little tiny, slow pulls on it, and it overheats the coil every damn time. Trust me, I didn't marry her because she burns coils. Yeah, I think I smoked for about 13 or 14 years, something like that, and finally gave up. All right, let's get back down on it. Yeah, vaping might cost me about 50 cents a day, more or less. Goofy AC, what's up? How you doing? NX, don't come in here with a stupid bullshit. Fuck you. You might have been goofy. Yeah, I think we're toast on this edge. Oh, the ergos are great, man. Oh no, we're testing the knife out. I'm not making anything except for vegetarian bacon if you want some of that. Yeah, it's dull. But the trash cuts are kind of intermittent. You know, we're you know, I'm kind of hesitant to give up on this just because we are still getting good cuts out of it. It's just the cuts are intermittently bad, and there's like a lot of variables here that I don't really know yet, like how thick the steel is, how big the hollow grind is, whether or not that has an effect, whether or not the convex makes it worse. So I kind of hesitate to give up on the edge. If y'all haven't hit the like button yet, please do me a favor and hit that like button. I'd greatly appreciate it. Come remember when you get a carton of cigarettes for like 15 bucks. Legend Gaming, what's up? Yeah, who would have thought that everyone getting pissed off when smokes hit like $3 a pack, that we'd be sitting here talking about smokes being $10 a pack like it wasn't really that big of a deal. Like, I'm glad I got out when I did. Yeah, Evil Twin, we're not doing the bingo card no more. Yeah, because I think prices have gone up to around $5 a pack. Around the time I stepped away and started vaping. But it wasn't even the price that was doing it for me. I was just fucking desperate to be done. We stopped dealing with the knife beggars, although now that you mentioned it, someone's going to come in on an alt and do that just to be a troll. Kyle, heck, what is up? How you doing, man? I know, we ain't seen Kyle Heck in a hot minute. Well, I hope you've been doing good, man. It's been a little while. Come on. Go where I want you to. Yes, Mew and Knives. The handle material is micarta with I think a brown micarta and black micarta. It's a beautiful handle. Well, Kyle Heck, socks off. Thank you for the $2. And Kyle Heck is playing the sock game. Well, I believe our patron saint is Outdoors 55. What is the blade and beam deal? Obviously, I'm not familiar. Is Blade and Beam a website, or what the hell is it? Sounds like Knives and Optics. Damn, Dude Perfect is an old fucking reference. Oh, damn, that is unfortunate. I hate seeing that happen. No, it is not necessary to carry a weapon with you in the United States. It's no more necessary than most places in the world. Jacko, I am. What's up? How you doing? Welcome. Y'all hit that like button for me if you haven't. I'd greatly appreciate it. Swave, yeah, we got a fixed blade. I kind of felt like more screwing around than trying to do a super serious live stream today. I'm tired. I've been up since 2 a.m., so we're doing it a little bit different today. Woke up at 2, put in a full 8 hours at work, came home and immediately started the live stream, so we're just kind of screwing around more than anything else. There's like too many variables with this that I don't know how, if any, they affect what's happening here, so screw it. Rule number 9, always carry a knife. Rule 9. The knife, it went for an hour on the factory edge, and now we're an hour and 24 minutes, or hour and 22 minutes. Smorgasbord, yes, we are testing edge retention. But we've been going for about an hour and 22 minutes on the new edge. Dolls, this is kind of a vacation. This is a good way to separate myself from reality for a few hours and hang out with you guys. Smorgasbord, I've got fixed angle, I've got freehand, and this one was sharpened on little belt grinder. But for my fixed angle, naturally we're rocking the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. Maison, what's up? How you doing, man? I am doing good. Yes, Morgish, we got all the things. Inland Jet Ski, what's up? How you doing? You're asking the wrong fucking guy for that shit. You're asking the wrong fucking guy to pack a bowl. I've been out of that game for 24 years now. All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a bit, man. Smorgasbord, yes, I do have some experience with diamond compound. What kind of questions do you have? I'll answer to the best of my ability. And believe me, Evil Twin, the support means a lot. It means a lot. So I finish on a 3K stone most of the time, and then I go from a 9 micron, 9 micron, 5 micron, 1 micron, into 0.1 micron. I would probably grab a 5 or a 4 and strop on that first, and then go to 1 micron just to help. You may step back a hair, like, you know, your 6K may be a little bit finer than your 5 millimeter or your 5 milli. God damn, words are hard. Your 6K stone may be a little finer than a 5 micron strop, but you're looking to break the burr off at that point, and then your 1 micron will finish polishing everything back up, insofar as I understand. Like, and my understanding is fairly limited, but I also was using Temu diamond paste on my old strops, and it worked great. And I think I was down to 0.5 micron on that, but now I go down to 0.1 micron. Yeah, that's it. Like, I go 9, 5, 1, and 0.1 microns on my diamond emulsion. I am not rocking stroppy stuff. I've actually got my emulsion from Cutting Lace EDC. She sells her stropping compound on Blade Binge. So I like supporting small businesses, and whenever Cutting Lace EDC is on the channel, like, I consider her a friend of the channel. So a lot of my videos that I post, oh, could you at least come in with some fucking original racist dumbass shit? Come on, man. I haven't heard that a million times, fucking dumbass. If you check out, I think my last video, I believe my last video has a link to her Blade Binge page. Let me see. Yeah, so here is if you go to Blade Binge, you can look up Lacey's diamond stropping emulsion, and she can make any micron you want. Yeah, so Lacey will make any micron you want. You just gotta, I believe, in the messages along with your order, let her know what microns you want. But yeah, if you go to the Devo Growler video, the most recent one I uploaded, it's got a link to her page in the description there. Yeah, no problem, man. Like I said, I am happy to support a small business to the best of my ability, and I do consider her a friend of the channel. Shit, Kyle, have you tried Don't Being Sick? Chandel Hannigan, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, this thing looks sweet as shit. Alex Collins, what's up? How you doing? Anonymous, this was where I got myself with a machete. This is from Knives Ranch. Knives Ranch sells these. They sent me this one to show you guys. So I'm giving her what for on a live stream. All right, so do you guys want to hear a story? Oh, the handle of this thing is so nice. It is so damn nice. I've been cutting like this for hours and my hand isn't sore. Okay, so Andrew Bilodeau, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Okay, so story time, you guys. Give me 1 second here. Okay, that's processed and ready to dice up. So. This right here is the blade that gave me the scar on my wrist. This is the blade that gave me that scar. All right, guys? So this is a cold steel Bowie machete. I have also got the cold steel Copus machete and the cold steel cavalry saber machete. This is important. A group of people that I hang out with do a camp out once or twice a year. A lot of people show up. And 1 year I go, and the tree sock is a great story, but so like I don't get to play in the woods very often. And I wanted to play with all three of these machetes. I love screwing around with machetes, right? So I get to the campsite, and there's about 40, 50, 60 people, something like that there, and they had been there since the night before. They got there Friday night, and I get there first thing Saturday morning. I get there, and I see nobody has built a fire. This offends me greatly. All right, there's a ton of single men, ton of single women hanging out together, and no one thought, hey, I'll build the outdoor version of TV, and people will congregate here, and I can hang out. So I take it upon myself. Now, I was off the market. All right, I had somebody, but I was like, I'm going to help these guys out and do them a favor. So, because I'm going into the woods to play and get some firewood, I take all three of those machetes and put them on my belt. And I go off into the woods. I had been at this campsite, I'd been at this camp out for maybe 30 minutes, something like that at that point. And I go in the woods and I find a piece of a tree. Well, it's like campfires bring people together. All of a sudden you got chairs popping up all over the place, and there's all kinds of single men, single women hanging out together. Like, that's my train of thought. I could be wrong there. I've been wrong about many things, especially in the relationship department. But, I find a chunk of wood that looks like it will build a decent fire. So I was going to take turns with the machetes and just play with them and see how they felt. This is the first one I grabbed. And I swing, and I get maybe 4 swings. And this thing, I I hit and it skips and it turns in my hand and it swings around and it hit like my forearm hits my waist and this bounced right here. I see bone and then I see blood. Now I realize I'm gonna have to go ask for some help, right? That's a bad cut. And then I look down and I realize I have cut myself and I have not one, not two, but 3 machetes on my belt. Now my pride was already pretty badly injured, but I could not, I couldn't more insult to the injury. So I walked to the van and with one hand I took my belt off and put all 3 of the machetes in the van, shut the door, and then went and asked for help. A friend of mine that's a nurse, she went to her car and grabbed a maxi pad, slapped it down on there and wrapped it in tape, and I just went back to building the fire. I stayed at the camp out for the next 3 days. I just changed the wrapping on it once or twice. I finished building the fire, but I'm there with one arm all jacked up and the other arm is fine. So I'm out there playing cornhole. I'm hanging out with everybody. I'm doing my thing. I never went, the reason the scar is as bad as it is I never went and got stitches. I didn't get it dealt with by a professional. I just let it heal up on its own. And, yeah. Like, it took weeks to finish healing. It took weeks. My God, it took forever to heal up. The maxi pad did wind up in the fire whenever I changed my dressing. I figured that was better than having a biohazard laying around. But yeah, hey, we got enough new faces in here. You know, that's the weird thing, Alex. I can't tell. I have been through a lot over the course of my life. All right, I have lived through so much shit that no human being should ever be forced to live through, that pain doesn't register for me the way it does for a lot of other people. I didn't feel pain immediately when it happened, but if I moved it wrong, I noticed it. But other than that, like, the pain wasn't that bad. You know, it was a very clean cut, and me and pain have a weird relationship. You know, me and pain have a weird relationship, so, like, let's put it this way, I stayed calm while passing a kidney stone. You know, I broke my other wrist, and I had to wait 7 hours for pain medication on that broken wrist, and I was still about as calm as a human being could possibly be. Zoe Impson, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. We are doing some edge retention testing. We're looking to see how long the edge of this knife can hold up to the cardboard before it's completely wiped out. As far as cuts go, it was nice. Yeah, I don't buy into pain as weakness leaving the body. Pain is pain. All right. You want to know the secret to pain? You want to know the secret to handling pain? Well, I appreciate that, Zoe. Thank you. The secret to handling pain is you have to accept it. All right? You have to accept the fact that it hurts and quit trying to fight against it. You know, it's like, because, like, you know the pain, you're desperate to stop, so, like, you're tensing up and everything, and, like, you're trying to force it to stop somehow. You really have to relax and accept. You just gotta accept this fucking hurts, and it's gonna hurt for a little while, but I have got shit to do. And just you just accept the pain and let the pain do what it does. It'll run its course, but the harder you try to fight it, the worse it gets. Kyle, he could have been right. But we got new faces here, so it's tree sock time. Which, for those of y'all that don't know, the tree sock story is legendary around here. But, you know, when I was but a wee lad, my dad would take me and my brother cave exploring on a regular basis. I think they call it cave diving now. TS Edits, what's up? How you doing? But my dad would take me and my little brother cave exploring. You know, and we did that a lot until Dad's knee and age caught up to him and he couldn't do it anymore. Right? So, at one point, I think I was in my late 20s. Oh, I'm good, TS Edits. But I was in my late 20s. And my dad calls me up. He's like, hey, you want to go caving? Fuck yes, I do. So he gets up, he goes to pick me up, and we haggle a little bit about the lighting situation. You know, not relevant to the story, but Dad used to carry these lights, and you had a lawnmower battery hanging from a bag on your waist going to a light that was no brighter than a mag light with a D cell in it. Not a very bright light. So I introduced my dad to the headband lights you can buy now that are stupid bright. They take a few AAA batteries and they can go anywhere. And Dad like hated the idea, but then I showed him what they can do, and he's like, okay, we'll give it a shot, but we're gonna bring some backup light. Like, all right, cool. I just don't want to carry that fucking battery around. But so you know, we get that squared away. And we drive for like an hour and a half, something like that, 2 hours out to the site where the cave was. And you got a long ass walk through the woods, which is kind of important to the story. But you got a long walk through the woods, and then you finally get to the cave entrance. So we get to the entrance, and we crawl through, and we make it about a quarter of a mile underground. A quarter of a mile underground while you're caving is a long goddamn distance. It is a long fucking distance. Well, I get in there, and all of a sudden, I have to shit worse than I have had to shit in many fucking years. I mean, it was bad. On a scale of 1 to 10, we were at like a grade 9 situation. Now, knowing Dad's lack of ability to pick up on social cues or anything else, I was like, I can't do this in here next to him. I cannot. So I drag myself the quarter mile. Wuhans, what's up? We're still on the Knives Ranch Lumberjack. But I drag myself back out from the cave, fucking quarter mile, holding it in like I'm about to bingo dot myself. And I get out, and I'm like, I'm going to find a quiet spot in the trees here, and I'll be fine. But I crawl up, and I look around and realize there is a jogging trail all around me that I didn't notice when we walked in. There is nowhere to hide. All right, it's nothing but exposed jogging trail. So Greg Mustreader is not a CM. But no, so like I finally, like I'm looking around, I'm getting desperate. And I finally find a tree that's kind of, sort of, not in direct line of sight from the jogging trail. And I'm like, all right, cool. There's a tree here. I see leaves on the ground. I think I'll be okay. And I let rip, and I push the tip of my heart outside my fucking body, you guys. So, like, I mean, it was a mess. So I start reaching for leaves, and they're all waterlogged and half rotten, so they're all falling apart in my hands, so I have no way to clean myself up. If I would have known then what I know now, I would have dealt with it a different way. But all I could do was pull my pants back up with that whole mess hanging around back there and drag myself back into the cave, finish the trip, and then we come back up and we walk. And it was like a 20-30 minute walk back to the car. Again, having not been able to clean myself up from what had happened. It felt terrible. So then we get in the car and we ride for that hour and some change, damn well knowing I'm sitting in that mess. And we get home. And of course, my dad wants to hang out and see the kids for a little while. He wants to shoot the shit. I'm like, hey, I gotta go to the bathroom. And of course, I haven't told anybody. I might have scooted through some wet grass if we had it. Yes, me with knives. But, you know, I run upstairs as soon as humanly possible. And I am looking around for anything to take care of it because, like, toilet paper? No, that was not up to the task. So I go in my sock drawer and I find a sock that had no match. I find a sock that has no match to it. And I take that into the bathroom and I'm like, this is not just going to be sock. So I ran the sock under hot water. I ran that sock under hot water and I cleaned myself as thoroughly as humanly possible with it. And I finally get myself clean enough that I will last until Dad goes home so I can jump in the shower. Because I don't want to go, hey, I got to run through a shower while he's there. And now I have this sock. Godric, the sock is important. The sock is important. But I'm holding the sock that is now half brown, half white. And I'm looking around like I can't take it downstairs and throw it in the kitchen trash because I don't want everybody in the house to see me walking through the living room with that thing. I don't want to throw it in the bathroom trash can because it's going to sit there for a little while. So I wound up opening the bathroom window. And I look, and we had tree line about 50 feet from the house, something like that, 35 feet. I was like, all right, I'm going to huck this thing out the window like a frisbee into the trees. It's going to land in the woods, and leaves are going to fall on it and cover it up, and it'll never be a problem again. This goddamn sock gets hung up on a tree branch. It gets hung up on a tree branch, and it stayed on that tree branch for 18 solid months. It went over a year hanging on that tree branch. Well, no, there was no one there. It was just bathroom, backyard, tree line. So, like, yeah, I yeeted out the window, and it was there, and I looked at it every once in a while and just was like, that was a whole thing. And it took about a year, and the ex-wife goes to the bathroom, and she comes out, and she's like, why is there a sock in the tree? And I looked at her, I'm just like, don't make eye contact with it. I didn't bother explaining it. I didn't tell her what happened. I'm just like, yeah, don't make eye contact with that. And then when it finally did fall out of the tree, I was kind of disappointed. Yeah, I got to witness my shame a lot. Which the only time I've been in the hospital overnight was for crapping too much, if that tells you how my life is gone. This is going to wind up being a 2-part live stream. I just know it. But there's also the rat in a bag story. Since we're in story mode. Back when I was like 15 years old, something like that, 15, 16 years old, my bedroom where it was situated in the house, one door went to the kitchen, right? The other door went to the front fucking yard. All right, and my dad slept on the other side of the house and was hard to wake up. Do you have any idea the kind of fucking monkey shines I got into being that young with a door to the front fucking yard? Well, at one point, I had my buddy Corey and his buddy Chris that I was kind of friends with, but also beat the shit out of him on a regular basis. I beat the shit out of that kid so much I got tired of fighting him. Like, he'd start a fight and I'd be bored. But they're over there, and all of a sudden I hear someone cop knocking on the door to the front yard. I hear someone cop knocking on the bedroom, so I go and open the door, and Corey's fraternal twin brother CJ is standing there. He's like, dude, I just caught this big fucking rat. I'm like, what? I caught this big fucking rat. I'm like, what? He's like, I caught this big fucking rat. I'm like, okay, and he's like, yeah, I've got it up next to the apartment complex. Let's go get it. And I was like, yeah, okay, why not? And I grab a gym bag, you know, the kind of bag they have all the basketballs and soccer balls in gym class. I grabbed one of those. I think it was like a laundry bag or something. And we take off walking. And this was at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And there was a curfew of like 2 a.m. There's a curfew of like, it might have been midnight for anyone under 18. And this will be important shortly. But so we're out way past curfew. And we track through my neighborhood. We run across a 5-lane highway. It's like it's kind of a highway, kind of not. It's got traffic lights. But we run across all 5 lanes. Then we go all the way back to Corey and CJ's apartment complex. And there's a laundromat there. In the trash can of the laundromat is a rat that, I shit you not, was fucking enormous. It was bigger than my cat. I don't know what kind of rat it was. I don't know where the hell he got it. Anonymous, you're not far off. But so I stretched the gym bag over the top of the trash can and turn it over and slap the sides, trying to get the rat to run in there. Somehow I made it under the bag. And we are so committed that we try to catch it again. So I try to scoop it up in the bag. I'm not going to physically touch it. CJ takes his hoodie off, throws it down on the rat, steps on it, grabs the whole hoodie and everything, and slam dunks the rat in the bag. So we got this rat in a bag, and the only thing I could think of to do is go home with it. So we start walking towards the house. We come out of his apartment complex, and we walk about 10-15 minutes. We get to the highway. We run across, go into my neighborhood, and we're in my neighborhood. And I see the lights on top of the car coming up for us. I'm holding this rat thinking there is no good way for me to explain what's happening here. So I dip. Like, I take off running from the cops, and I've got this rat in a bag going into the tree line trying to hide from these guys. The cops tell my friends to go home because it's past curfew. They're like, you guys just go home. So the cop pulls off. I start walking back out of the woods, and they, of course, booked it and left without me. I finally catch up with them, and I get home. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this thing? We made it to the house, and it sunk in. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this now? Like, why do I have this? So I put it in a fish tank in the garage. We had like a big 30-gallon fish tank in there that wasn't in use at the moment. So I set it down in there. And I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck am I supposed to do with this thing. And Corey's stupid ass goes to try to feed it a piece of cheese. That thing bit him, and it cut him from here all the way down to here. Just laid him wide open. That made up my mind for me. I dragged that thing across the street, and I just dumped the fish tank out in the baseball field across the street. It was not a possum. I've seen possums. This was a straight up fucking rat. Like, I've seen possums. I've seen plenty of possums. This wasn't a possum. But, yeah, I dumped that out in the baseball field across the street and let her rip. I was like, oh, we're fucking done here, man. Yeah, to this day, I don't know why the fuck I did it. You know, I just be doing shit to be doing shit. Yeah, poor Corey, man. That guy was something else. Yeah, it was like Splinter before the mutagen. But Corey, man, that motherfucker was something else. That was like spring break, I think it was. Wasn't quite as big as a capybara, but you're not on the wrong track there. But it's the week of spring break. I had walked out of school and kind of given up on that place. And I'm hanging out with my girlfriend, and then some of the friends I know came over, and then like some of Corey's friends came over, and it turned into a kind of a house party, right? So I'm trying to hook up with my girlfriend for the second time. Um, we'd already gotten our first time out of the way, gotten over the worst of the awkwardness. So I go for the second time, right? And so we're laying in bed. We're nervous as shit because it's our second time. You know how it is. And Corey, because like earlier that morning I made biscuits. They were easy to make and I was hungry. There were like 2 left. They were sitting on the counter in the kitchen. And I don't know where he found it. But Corey busts into my bedroom. He's got a fishing pole. He had tied the biscuit to the string on the end, and he's just fucking waving it around in the air, screaming nonsense at the top of his fucking lungs. It was so fucking funny, I couldn't even be mad at him. We're gonna call this, like, that dude was something else. And it's Corey's fault we were running around the neighborhood with bottles full of gasoline in our pockets. Well, really, like, the rat got 1 point versus 5 people. Alright, he didn't get the rest of us. We got him, it's just he got Corey. Goober463, whatever. How you doing, man? Welcome. No, because like, you know, and it's again, you guys that have been here for a while have already heard these stories, but we got new faces in here, so why not? But at one point, me and Corey had gotten used to taking Gatorade bottles with gasoline in them that had the sport caps where you squeeze it and a little bit comes out. We had started filling those with gasoline and then just kind of running around lighting small fires. Like we had a spot in the woods where we'd take old toys and melt them, shit like that. Well, we're about to cross the creek to take the shortcut to his apartment complex. And I look at Corey and I'm like, hey man, did you know gas floats on water? And he's like, nuh-uh. I'm like, yeah, it does. Gas floats on top of water. And Corey's like, nuh-uh, no it doesn't. So I dumped the entire bottle of gasoline out on the top of the creek and light it on fire, having not thought about the consequences beforehand. And I look at this fire that's suddenly way larger than I intended. And then I see leaves starting to wilt and things starting to look like they're about to bust out in flames and realize I may have just started a forest fire. So me and him look at each other and we just take off running for his apartment. And we go in there and we slam the door and we lock it and we stayed in there for 3 fucking days. All right, I didn't want to look out the window and see smoke. I didn't want to hear fire trucks. Like we just did not leave the apartment for 3 fucking days. So, well, we're not done yet, Anonymous. We finally leave the apartment and I go look expecting to see like a trail of fucking burned destruction going through the woods and there was nothing there. Nothing happened. We hid in the apartment for 3 days for no reason. And we didn't learn our lesson either. So we went back to my place and we loaded up some more bottles of gas and we just started running around and Corey starts hopping fences going through people's backyards. I was like, all right, fuck it, I guess I'm in too. So we're hopping fences and we come across what looks like a very large dog kennel with a shed in it. And we're just kind of hopping in there looking around at stuff. And I see a 5-gallon bucket full of water. There's about this much space between the top of the water and the top of the bucket, which is important because I looked at Corey and I'm like, hey man, did you know gas floats? He's like, nuh-uh. Bro, you didn't learn from like 4 days ago? Really? It's like, Corey, gas floats. The gas floats on water. Nuh-uh, no it doesn't. I didn't consult with Corey. He just wandered off on fucking side quests when we were already doing something. I was like, all right, fuck it, cool, let's do this. But I was like, hey man, watch this, gas floats. He's like, nuh-uh. So I pour the bottle of gas on top of the water and I light it. And he's like, whoa, holy shit, for the second time. He did not learn the first time we did that 4 or 5 days earlier. Well, the plastic on the lip of the bucket melts and flaming gas and water pour onto this poor soul's yard. Now, there was a layer of pine straw about 1.5 to 2 inches thick because there were pine trees there were only pine trees in the kennel area. There were only pine trees in this small fenced off area. Oh god. You know what? That would not have looked as cool, me with knives. But so this pine straw is covered in flaming gas and water. So we start stomping it out. Like we are trying our hardest to put this shit out before the homeowner sees us or anything bad happens. And then I have the bright idea is if I pour a little bit out, then that'll get the gasoline out. It'll be all water, which kind of worked. But then I poured the water on top of the gasoline or on top of the fire, and I figure, okay, this is all soaked into the ground. Like, I'm not spreading gasoline across a solid surface. This is all soaked into the ground. And the water didn't do anything but make it worse, which is not surprising to anybody. I just figured because it was soaked into the dirt, it might make a difference. We spent what felt like 45 minutes stomping the fire out. It felt like about 45 minutes stomping the fire out. I don't know how long in reality. But we finally get it out, and I stomp one more time, and my footprint catches fire. So we start stomping. Yeah, we start stomping the fire again, and every time we stomp, it gets bigger. So we had to go through and stomp it all out a second time, and the second it went out, we jumped and got the fuck out. And unfortunately, Corey did not live past 2007. He got hit by a drunk driver going up an on-ramp onto the highway. But yeah, it was something. That's just like at one point we had an abandoned miniature golf course near the house, and we go through the course itself and pick up stray golf balls just to have something to bounce and throw around while we were walking home. So we go in there, and Corey sees the door boarded up to the arcade area, and he's like, "Let's break in there." And like I was not on Corey's level, not gonna lie, a little bit too innocent for that. But Corey's like, let's break in here. I'm like, nah, dude, I don't want to get caught for that shit, man. I don't want to get picked up doing that. And I'm trying to talk him out of it, and I turn around for a minute. It was like a car battery fire, yeah. But I turn around for a minute, and Corey had looked in a tool shed and found a wood splitting maul. And he takes the hammer into that and breaks down the door that they bolted up to cover up the arcade area. So we go, I'm like, all right, well, I'm an accessory, might as well go in. And we head in there, and I'm looking around like I'm fucking yanking the claw out of the claw machine to hang up in my bedroom. I'm breaking open arcade cabinets looking for quarters. And Corey disappears. Oh man, that is rough, Anonymous. That is also quite rough. But I lose sight of Corey, so I'm just kind of walking around looking at all this stuff because it's just like, you know what? This is really cool being in here. It's an abandoned place. And I go back to where they had the bags of syrup for the soda machines. And Corey just kind of barges in on me. He's like, what are you doing back here? Looking around. And he's like, I just took a shit back there and you're going back there trying to look at my shit. I'm like, the fuck? No, I'm not. You're just trying to look at my shit. And he wouldn't shut up about it. So it's like, bro, let's just go home. We're done here. Yeah, that dude was wild. That dude was wild. All right. Yeah, I know. Like, just totally what the fuck? Like, it was nuts. And so we kind of had our own chill spot. We go in there to pick up golf clubs. I was going in there to pick up pool cues. And there was like a whole bunch of cans of spray paint. Me and Corey figured out what to do with the spray paint. So we head back there and we look from the 5 lane. And I see that the glass on the doors in the front has been painted over. And the one thing that we did not do was fuck around with stuff you could see from the road, because that will make it inevitable that you're getting caught. So we go around and we look and all the spray paint's gone. And these 3 like 10, 11-year-olds walk up behind us and they're like, hey, you like our clubhouse? I was like, bro, this was our spot that y'all just fucked up. Do you realize what you've done? And of course they had wasted all the spray paint. And so it's like, all right, fuck it. I grabbed an axe. I like attacked the ductwork on the ceiling. Took a big swing on that. Knocked all that stuff down. Kind of had fun destroying the place a little bit. Took the axe out to the course and started chopping down the volcano. When I looked over and somebody was cutting grass next door. So I was like, hey Corey, we gotta go. You see that guy? We gotta leave. And so we left, and the dude remembered us. So he got all of our asses about it, and I happened to be thinking quick on my feet. He starts, yeah, I saw you there. I was like, yeah, my girlfriend ran away from home, and she left her book bag there, and she asked me to go find it. Did you happen to find a book bag while you've been in here? He's like, oh yeah, I found one, but it got burned. Like, somebody set it on fire. I was like, all right, man, that's all I needed. And he's like, yeah, don't come back. It's like, all right, cool, man, we're off the hook. See ya. Which my girlfriend did actually run away from home, and she had asked me to go over there and look for her book bag, which was part of the reason we were there. But yeah, like, it was just, that was just a mess. CDXRK, what's up? Pikachu, what's up? How you doing? All right, so I think we're gonna let this edge be called toast. And now, for a treat, especial. All right, we get to practice some hand sharpening. Evil twin, it is a sharp ball. Well, I mean, the thing here, Evil Twin, is I am practicing. I am trying to get better at freehanding. I am working on improving my freehand. Yeah, Evil Twin, this is why I'm practicing on this. You know, if it's a knife that I'm deeply invested in, then I definitely use the fixed angle. Maybe because the knife is dull. But how you doing? Welcome. Mimi, yes, I've got like over 300 knives. Yeah, Able Twin, I think it's mostly a matter of just practice, practice, and more practice. I mean, I know the first handful of times, like the first bunch of times I tried to freehand, it just wasn't happening. All right. Yeah, Mimi, we have been doing this stream for 4 hours and 53 minutes so far. Yeah, 4 hours and 53 minutes. We've been doing edge retention testing, sharpening, all kinds of stuff. Jerry, brother, thank you for that. Thank you for the $2. I am putting socks on as we speak. All right, we got the donut socks on. Jerry, thank you for that. The longest time I've been sharpening a knife for, at one point I spent a couple hours on one, but that was a much slower sharpening system, and it was some hard steel. Aiden, we're also playing with this thing. I'm not sure yet, Aiden. I've only tried to sharpen like one knife with this so far, and the results were kind of meh. So I'm still learning how to use the stone. which for those of y'all that don't know, the 2 Outdoors 55 strops and the Sharp All are courtesy of Aiden Miguel. Which also compliments of Aiden. We should be seeing a microscope show up at some point here, because Aiden's doing too damn much. Oh, I'm enjoying the stiction on that. Holy. And don't worry, Aiden, I still plan on shipping out the Sharp Alls to their other victims. Thomas Connolly, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome, brother. That ain't quite there. I don't think. Well, we are shaving. Van Fife, what's up? How you doing, man? Like we definitely shaving. Okay, the sprays are diamond emulsion. They're for stropping. They're for refining your edge and breaking a burr off once you've done apexed it. Thomas, I am not familiar with Monterey Bay knives. Yeah, this is why I'm saying I still need practice on this stone. And believe me, Mimi, we can get way sharper than a, Now why, after I stropped on 1 micron, to be fair, Punisher missed out on like several stories. Let's see, there was the jumping fences of gasoline story, the rat in a bag story, the bedroom biscuit story, and the tree sock story. Oh, and the scar on my wrist story. You'll have to hear the tree sock story from the beginning one day. So I've got a dull spot. Then again, maybe not. Mimi, when the mood strikes me and the time is right, I will tell stories about crazy shit I did growing up. Aiden, I did lift the elbow. It looks... The edge is not everything it could be, but I'm also not used to jumping grits from like 325 to 1200. Like, I raised a burr. Like, it's not the most comfortable shave in the world, but we are shaving. So I'm kind of curious what kind of numbers. Boy, I tell you, the one time I had to piss in a fucking cup because I was in a traffic jam. Oh my god. Like, you guys, I've been in a traffic jam for about an hour and a half. parking lot. Nobody on the highway was moving. So I was like, all right, finally, after I couldn't wait anymore, I took a 44-ounce cup and I unzip and I start peeing in it after I built like a fortress out of binders and folders and jackets and shit so no one could see me. And right as I'm finishing up, traffic starts moving and we go from 0 to 70 miles an hour over the course of like 8 seconds basically. And I had to finish the job, put the lid on the cup, get myself zipped up and everything else while I was doing like 70 fucking miles an hour. I mean, a 164 is not bad. That's about what the Kin Onion belt grinder did. Oh, Aiden, come on now. Yeah, so I don't think we got a bad number on that. Now, Mimi, if you're still here, that is what a knife that is beyond razor sharp will do. Well, we weren't driving when I started pissing. Like, you can do that with a knife that's past razor sharp. Fox 9, what's up? How you doing, man? I've got 5 micron, and you know what? We'll try it. We'll try 5 and then step back down to 1. Part of what we're looking at is I'm not used to sharpening by skipping grits by such a wide margin. That was 325 to 1200 with nothing in between, which I got a pretty good number out of it. Don't get me wrong, I got a pretty good number out of it. It's a pretty good edge. Boy, I'll tell you right now. You know you're in a party house? It is 440C, Aiden. But when you're like, don't drink that, because you pick up a cup and it's full of cigarette butts and stale soda. All right, we got 5 micron right here. And there is a highly reflective spot from the last time I sharpened this that did not make contact with the sharpening stone whatsoever. My question is, why the fuck were the dip bottle or were the spit bottles in the fridge to begin with? Yeah, I'm gonna drop down to a 1 micron. Like I already wiped it clean, so we're gonna drop down to 1 micron and see if that does anything. But yeah, one of the places I was staying at was an absolute party house. And so like we get good and intoxicated. And we chain smoked, and because the ashtrays stayed full at all times, you know, I would like drop a cigarette butt into a drink from the day before so that it would go out and I wouldn't have to worry about it no more. But all we bought was big gulps from BP basically. So you had to keep track of which one was the new one. And more than once, a couple of friends of mine, I'm like, don't drink that. Oh, it's too late. Oh, we're at 93 likes. Someone make 7 alts real quick. That's a good bit better. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. So when you're chewing tobacco, you got to spit somewhere. If you're indoors, you spit in a bottle. Good for you, Doomslayer. You want to fucking clap or something? Because your dad's never going to say he's proud of you. I can tell that much. No, he's not. Now we got a 162. The edge is a little bit finer, but it's still not any sharper. However, I will take the 162. USPS is pretty good, Aiden. Am I supposed to expect the microscope USPS? Because, like, if it's supposed to be here, I can run and take a look. I got home from work before mail ran. Oh, okay, Monday? Yeah, then it should be here on Monday. Yeah, it's a pretty nice leather sheath. Retention on it's really good. Like, no issues there. Like, the sheath is solid. Gotcha, Aiden. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message on Instagram whenever it does show up. I think we'll give this about 3 or 4 more minutes and then we'll wrap it up, man. I've been up since 2 a.m. and it's 7:12 at night. We got ourselves about a 5.5 hour live stream out of this thing. Oh God, I'm tired, guys. Cliff, 162 is on the high side, but for a hand sharpened edge that wasn't taking up to 3,000 grit, it's not too shabby. Like, I'll take the 162. I'm still practicing my freehand sharpening. With me practicing this, I'm not that good at it yet, but I do like to practice when I got a cheap knife or something that I'm going to beat on to play with. So I'll take the 162. That was a good enough job. It was at a 400 and, or no, 539. Yeah, we got 93 likes. We're not going to see 100 tonight, but that's okay. We did good enough. Yeah, we'll start the countdown now. Give it about 1 minute, and we're going to wrap it up. So everybody say your good nights. Don't worry, Mimi. I will be getting some sleep. All right, Jerry. I'll catch you later, man. Oh, believe me, I'm going to go rest. All right, Punisher. We'll see you later. Aiden, have a good night. All right, that's it. I'm signing out. Y'all have a great night. Much appreciated. I thank y'all for being here.